Hey guys, potential shift here. Trading like it's 2026, not 1996. It is Wednesday, August 5th. Let's get it started for today. We've got a good trading setup today. We've got a market that's rocking and rolling lately. This is a market you can't make money in. This isn't a choppy, sideways, low volatility market. This is a market that has been going straight up for the last 4 days. So let's see what we can do with it. I'm tempted to get long right off the bell, honestly. 9:31 a.m. Just where would my entry be? Where would my entry be? You know what? It's a little early. I got to give it at least 5 minutes and maybe a little bit of a channel or something. Just 5 minutes. 5 minutes. It's 9:31 a.m. Boy, I'm tempted to get long off this bell, but as a general rule, don't play the first 5 minutes. It's just noise. Even if we are going higher, you could just see random fluctuations that hurt you. So, all right, we're going to lay off the first 5 minutes. Like I said, this is a good trading environment right now. We've got real action, real movement. You can't ask for any better than that. Big directional moves the last few days. Let me just say, disclaimer, don't follow my trades. Like every other single retail trader, I am not a profitable trader. And you want to know why? Because every single retail trader, we're all involved in this giant group think that is driven by social media, by regular media, and it all involves telling us which stocks are hot, which stocks are not, and none of that's going to help any of us be a winner. The only way to actually profit at trading is to understand that trading is supply driven, not demand driven, not what's hot, not what's not, but what are the whales? What are the institutions? What are the market makers doing? What is their game theory, right? What are they trying to sell you? What are they trying to make you think? Where is the retail trader psychology that the big dogs can take advantage of? And how can you be one step ahead of that? That's how you trade to win. If you're not an investor, long-term investors, hey, buy and hold, do your thing. But if you're an active trader, what stock is hot and what stock is not going to help you. Not going to help you. What's going to help you is understanding market mechanics and positioning. And that's all about understanding where the institutions are in relation to retail traders and how they're going to try and take advantage of them, and you being on the side of the whales instead of on the side of the retail traders who get slaughtered. So let's try and snap out of that group think. Stop thinking in terms of what's hot, what's not. My area, theoretically, I think it disconnected again. Anyway, Xfinity says this is the last day, theoretically. Xfinity says this is the last day, theoretically. We'll see about that. I hope so. I was hoping yesterday was the last day. I was hoping Monday was the last day, but we're still having upgrades occurring. So, we'll see. We'll see. So, we'll see how bad the connection is today. If it's terrible, if it keeps bouncing in and out like this, I'm just going to have to end the stream. But I'll give it a few more tries. Let's see if we can press on and maybe get some actual content out of this, some trading. Okay, so we're looking at SPY 775.51. Glad I didn't get long right off the bell. What I'm looking for here is two things. Either we are going to continue marching higher with this move that is really unusual. that I believe is just the market makers pulling back their inventory, pulling back their shares and not selling them, creating an artificial lack of sellers. And that way, any sort of buying activity will drive the market higher. And that's what's been happening. The market has been being driven higher by institutions, market makers, and whales saying, you know what, let's stop selling right now. Drive the market higher so that when it gets to a high enough point, the bears out there, and there were a lot of bears because there was a string of bad news with Warsh and situational awareness and TLT, the bond yields rising. Let's turn those bears into bulls, get a little euphoria into this market. Then once the euphoria is there, we'll have a lot of buyers, we'll have a lot of volume, and we can dump the shares that we withheld into higher prices. That's game theory, okay? And that, I believe, is what's occurring here, because I don't see a strong fundamental reason, and I don't see a catalyst for this kind of major move higher, a 45-point move higher in the last 5 days on nothing, air, more or less. So I can only assume it's the algos playing games. Okay, now if we're going to break higher here, I will get long because I don't think they're done playing their games. I don't. I think we haven't reached max euphoria yet. That's what they want. They want max euphoria. We're not quite there yet. I think we're getting close, though. We're getting close. Maybe 780 SPY, but we're not max euphoria yet. When we get to max euphoria, that's when you'll see the selling wave come in. Mind you, 780 is just I have no idea where the maximum point is, where max euphoria is. Max euphoria is when the people who have been bearish, the bears out there, finally throw in the towel and say, you know what, I'm getting in with the bulls. Usually it's marked by some sort of capitulation up move, a big, strong, fast, directional up move on volume. That usually marks the top. It also usually marks bottoms. So that's what we're looking for. We have not seen that yet. We've seen steady, strong climbing, but not a capitulation move higher. On the other hand, we are starting to see signs of hedging in the market. We've got gold up 3% today. We've got VIX up an entire point right now. That's a big flag, because that means the fear gauge is increasing. Options are getting more expensive, even though SPY is up 5 points today. QQQ, who has been leading the way, is also not up as much as SPY. QQQ has generally been stronger than SPY, and QQQ is only up 3.5 points today compared to SPY's 5. So we're starting to see small signs of hedging occurring, right? Of some whales, some big players starting to take some money off the table, starting to sell. Have we reached that point where it's going to snowball into a big sell-off? I don't know. It obviously not at this exact minute. And generally, no, I don't think so. If I had to guess, I would say it's another day or two away. Maybe tomorrow or maybe Thursday would be my best guess. But again, I don't like to look that far into the future. I'm a day trader. Not trying to predict the future. What I am saying, though, is that the market mechanics here are signaling that the algos and the market makers, they have created an artificial lack of sellers. That has driven us higher. And that has also caused them to have a stock, a treasure chest, a hoard of shares that they're going to look to dump once prices are high enough and once bullish sentiment and volume and retail trading volume is high enough for them to unload the shares that they've been hoarding. Are we there yet? Again, small signs that we might be there, but I mean, the real sign is capitulation. The big move higher, the big, fast, strong move higher, followed by a down move. Again, you don't want to try and catch the top. Don't try and catch the top. Don't be that guy. You can't do it. Nobody can. My motto is second in, first out. That means you're the second guy to get into the trade. You're the first guy to get out of the trade. Don't try to be the first guy into any trade. It just won't work. You are at an information disadvantage compared to the institutions and the whales and the algos. They are 80% of the trading volume, okay? They control the market. And they have all the information. If you're trying to beat them to the punch, no, you're not doing it right. You need to be following them to the play, not trying to beat them to the play. You cannot beat them to the play. They've got all the cards, all the information. You do not. Picking tops and bottoms is a losing proposition. It's negative EV. It may work out once in a while, and when it does, it reinforces the idea in your head that you can do that it's possible to pick a top or a bottom. But if you've tried to do it enough, you know by experience that it's negative EV. Sometimes it'll work, but it'll almost never pay for the attempts that you made that lost. In my experience, for every 5 times I try to catch a top or a bottom, one of them is successful. And it does not nearly pay off the cost of trying to catch the top or the bottom. And that's just structural. That will never change. Retail traders will never be able to perfectly catch tops and bottoms. You have to be the second guy in. You have to follow the smart money, right? Follow the smart money in and out. And that means being the second guy. Just live with it. So, no fishing expeditions. That is what I call trying to catch a top or a bottom. It's a fishing expedition, right? Just throwing your line out there, seeing if anything bites, and they cost money. Sometimes they don't cost a lot. Usually, you can say, "Oh, my stop is really tight here." Yeah, it is. Okay, I only lost a few bucks. Yeah, but then once you start down that road, you start thinking, well, let me try it one more time. Now you've lost 2 of those, and now it's like, well, now I'm committed to it. Now I really have to try and catch it because I've already lost money trying to do it. So don't even start down that road of trying to catch tops and bottoms. Again, negative EV, it won't work. Be the second guy in. Wait for the market to give you confirmation. Yeah. So, yeah, that's the whole thing. Now, when is this market going to top out? Really, really tough to say. Really tough to say. Again, we don't even want to say. We don't even want to try and say where it's going to top out. And trying to predict it is, again, we don't want to do it. Wait for it to signal. Wait for confirmation. Best thing in the world would be capitulation followed by a nice down move. That would be the perfect signal. Is it going to happen like that? Probably not. I mean, it probably won't be that neat. But you know what? We'll probably know it when we see it anyway. We'll know when we see it. It's that classic Supreme Court ruling, right? They made a Supreme Court ruling a few decades ago about pornography. What is and what isn't pornography? And the judge is famously quoted as saying, I can't define it with words, but I know it when I see it. Oftentimes in the market, that applies. I can't exactly tell you what I'm seeing, but I know it when I see it. Like, I can't tell you exactly when we've topped out and now we're going to be heading lower because this up move has run out of steam, but we'll know it when we see it. So we're at 776 SPY right now. Yeah, and I do think there's going to be money to be made here. I think there has been money to be made. Ever since the Warsh Fed meeting, there's been money to be made. The weeks before that were brutal. That was all chop, all whipsaw, all low liquidity, low volume, no directional movement, stuck in that 740 to 750 range. We were there for weeks, if not a couple of months. That was brutal trading. That Warsh Fed meeting sparked this market to life, gave us directional movement again. So we're back. And we've got a market now that's moving, that's got participation. Let's hope we can take advantage of it. You got to, right? I mean, if you're going to be a successful retail trader, and I'm not saying we got to win today. You don't have to win every day. Oh, look at that. That's a weird move right there. That's a weird down move. I don't trust it. It's actually too weird for me to trust. In fact, I'm going to buy that. Oh, God, I'm not even logged in. Are you fucking serious? No. Oh, God. Not logging in. That was a mistake. Okay. I am actually buying that strange ass down move. I mean, that could be a huge mistake. But again, don't follow my trades. Disclaimer. I am not a profitable trader like every other retail trader. Do not follow my trades. I am not profitable. I am buying this because this down candle, it feels weird and wrong, and it looks trappy. It looks like it's meant to say, hey, are you people waiting to sell? Here's a signal. Sell. But not really. We're just faking you out. That's what that looks like to me. Again, we're thinking in terms of what are the algos thinking, what are the market makers thinking. They give you this nice fat candle. Maybe it's real. I don't know. We'll see. But to me, it looks like the water's warm. Come on in, get short. I know you're waiting to get short, as I've been discussing. Here's your invitation. But it's bullshit. That's my read on that, but we'll see. The fact is I can put a stop loss in right at the bottom here, so I don't even have to risk much on the whole thing. See, I can put my stop loss right there, only risking $12. And where do I want to put my winning? I'll put it at 776. I'll put it where the down move started, actually. The down move started right here is where the down move started, this candle. So risking 12 to make 65 on this one. This is where the down move started, this candle. Or you could say maybe it was this candle. I'm going to say it was this candle. Plus, this is right around 776. In fact, just a shade below 776. I like this out a little better. And plus, let's try and make a little money on it, you know? What am I going to do? Take the pussy exit right here? Fuck that. Okay, we are approaching the out. I can move my losing out up now. Let's turn this into a free roll. Oh god, it got right. It got like right up to my. It got right up to my. Oh shit! Did I set? Look at how close it got to my out. Did I set my out just a little bit wrong there? Come on, don't tell me. Let's move it. Okay, we're gonna move it down a couple ticks to where it tapped. Come on. Don't tell me I set my out 2 ticks too high, please. There is nothing worse than that. That is the kind of shit that puts you on tilt. Real fast, real early. Oh, dude. Come on. Don't do this to me. Like I said, I'm free rolling here now. I've already moved my losing exit up to a spot where I'll win no matter what. But I'm looking at a $13 win versus $60 win. That's a pretty big difference. Come on, grab my out. Don't do it to me. Don't do it to me. Don't do it to me. Good. That's what I like to see. Okay. All right. So this is a very instructional trade. I'm here, right? I'm telling you guys, I'm talking about how we're waiting for a bearish move and, you know, we want this market to go down and, you know, we're looking for a sign that this up move is over. And then you get this bizarre little downward fast candle. I mean, immediate thought when I saw that fast candle lower was trap. You know, that is just a fake out move. That's the Algos saying, go ahead, you can get short here. Maybe we're going to go lower today. And that's what it was. It was a fake out move lower that we immediately bounced back from, back into the normal range, right? So they didn't catch me on it. Luckily, I mean, there was always a possibility that it was a catalyst or the move could have continued, but it turned out that it was a fake out down move. So again, we have to be very careful. I mean, we are looking for this market to top out. We're looking for signs that we can get in short and that the market will start to begin to sell off after this gigantic up move. But we need a lot more confirmation than one shitty 1 minute candle that goes down 1 point or less. I mean, this little candle, I guess it was a 1 point candle. It was a 1 point down move candle. So please keep that in mind. If you are trying to short this market, don't fall for the algos are going to try. They are going to try and fake you out. They are well aware that people are aware of this market being overextended to the upside. And they may want, and they'll try to fake you out. Look, wait, the market's going down. It's time to sell. Only to bounce back in your face and take your money. Now, let's look. What to me would signal actual, where would I actually want to get short here? Looking at yesterday, 772, honestly, 772. I know, it's 4 points away. That sucks because we're at 776 right now. I mean, maybe I'll change my mind on that depending on the action and the charts. I don't ever like to set anything in stone. But 772 was sort of the clear level in the afternoon yesterday. It's a liquidity node, as I would call it. It's a spot where there was a lot of buying and selling yesterday. Hold on, I may get long here if we start breaking higher. It's the nearest liquidity node. So if we break below 772, that's where I would expect the resistance to be. Breaking below that would show me that resistance is broken. Now, if we break above 770 here, I will probably get long. Because, again, I'm not sure this euphoric up move is over. I'm not sure they've flipped enough bears into bulls. They may still want to keep converting more bears into bulls. So I'm not adverse to getting long here either. I'm looking for a big down move, but that's far away right now. Again, I'm looking at 772 is the big resistance level that I see right now. That may change later. Until then, I don't mind getting long here. Because, like I said, they may still want to keep trying to sell the bears that now's the time to get short. You have to be patient here, please. Again, don't follow my trades. I am not Kreskin. I am not Nostradamus. All of my trades are guesses. So, but I'm not adverse to getting long if we start moving higher here. You may be able to tell I'm a little excited today. I'm happy because we're back. We're back in a market that is actually moving and readable. I mean, we spent. Here's my weekly chart up here. I mean, look at this brutalness. Ugh. Just 740 to 750, 740 to 750. It went on like that for, I mean, each one of these bars is a day, I think. Yeah, it's a day. I mean, this is a 10, 15 day period of just being stuck in that 740 to 750 range. That was god awful trading. And my profit and loss totals showed it, and I wasn't trading well. So I can blame the market. But now look at the last few days. Here's the Warsh meeting right here. This is the Warsh meeting, and this is the last few days. Now that's the difference between a good trading environment right here and a bad trading environment over here. Bad trading environment. Good trading environment. Let's just hope we stay in the good trading environment. All right. Anyway, VIX up 0.61. Okay. Gold up. I'm going to move gold up on my watch list a little bit. Gold up 3%. That's a pretty big move for gold. Oil steady. Bitcoin steady. TLT steady, which is bond prices steady. Again, though, SPY is up 4 points, but QQQ is declining more. Let's look at our QQQ chart. QQQ is starting. This is where we opened. QQQ is now breaking below where it opened. So QQQ's in a bit more trouble than SPY. Well, SPY is a little bit breaking below where it opened too, but still, QQQ is only up 0.2%. SPY is up 0.5%. During this entire run higher, we've seen the opposite. We've seen QQQ outpacing SPY. So QQQ suddenly, the tech stocks being the slow movers today, even though we're green in both, but QQQ being slower than SPY, a bearish signal. Not a strong one by any means, just a small clue, a little tidbit. Just like gold being up is a little tidbit. VIX climbing on a positive day, which it also did yesterday, by the way. VIX climbed yesterday. That's more than a little tidbit. That's like a medium-sized tidbit of information. I find that one to be more important because VIX is the fear gauge. Almost always when we're climbing, the fear gauge goes down. When we're declining, the fear gauge goes up. So we're now seeing a second day in the row of option prices climbing, fear gauge climbing on an up day. So that's more than a little tidbit. That's a medium tidbit warning sign that we may be reaching a top. But what is our top right now? Our top is our all-time highs are our daily highs right now, which is very, very close to 777 SPY. I mean, that'd be a bit cute, wouldn't it? If that was like the top 777, like the lucky number, like you hit the jackpot on the slot machine. That'd be a very poor reason to short the market at 777, by the way. I think that goes unspoken. But yeah, do not short the market at 777 just because that is the winning number on a slot machine. Unless you're like mega superstitious guy. Don't do that. But it would be kind of, like I said, it'd be kind of weird and cool if we hit 777 and then the next thing you know, we're down at 730, a few hours later. So what do I think about today right now? I think we're seeing chop right now, which isn't great. It's not exactly what I wanted to see. If I'm being honest, what I wanted to see was kind of a big up move straight to 780 to start the day. A capitulation move to 780, like a fast, strong move to 780, maybe even 785. That would have been beautiful. Like a fast boom. We're going higher. And then a decline. That would have signaled the top to me. That would have been, in a perfect world, what I wanted to see today. Instead, we're seeing choppy action. What do I make of it? We also got a fake out down move. I mean, here's our fake out down move on some volume. A little, we're going to sell into you if you want to try and get short here today, and then we're going to fake you out. Bad sign, by the way. That's a bad sign if you're looking to get short today. This fake out move, dangerous, because it shows you that they're hunting, all right? The market makers and the big dogs, the whales, they are out hunting today, and fake outs are not out of the question. So, you see this fake out candle on some volume. be wary. Be wary. In fact, like I said, I wouldn't mind getting long if we break higher, thinking this market still may want to convert more bears into bulls and give us a nice big push higher. But when I see this move right here, I'm now thinking I got to be careful of a fake out move to the upside also. They could do the same thing on the upside. The exact same thing. I think it's less likely because I think they're more likely to try to fake out potential bears than potential bulls. They want people to be bullish. They want to fake out the bears so that they think twice. But it's still possible. It's possible a fake out could happen either way. As long as we're stuck inside this range between 775 and 777, basically there's no trade. Anything in here is noise. Anything in here is noise. You should not be trading. Again, don't follow my trades, but I personally would not be trading anything inside of here. I consider all of this noise. Good time to step away just for a second, because we are at 776, right in the middle of our noise range. So while I'm trading, I don't tend to follow my chat. I don't tend to keep it open even while I'm trading. The fact is that, number one, I kind of have enough on my plate with streaming and discussing my thought process while also trying to place trades. That's number one. Number two, I've had a couple of guys, hecklers. That's the last thing I need to worry about, right? I don't need a heckler distracting me, But if there's a nice lull in the market, I will open the chat and actually look at it. I just, like I said, for the most part, I'm just trying to keep the focus here. I've said this before. I'll say it if you haven't heard it yet. Day trading is a lot like chess when it comes to concentration and focus. You need the same amount of focus and concentration that you would need to play your best chess game. A chess game against an opponent who is equally matched against you, and that opponent is fully focused on their game. You can't be trading. If you can't play your best chess game, your absolute best chess game, you shouldn't be trading. That's the level of focus that's required. What's amazing is how easy it is for people to sort of justify trading when they're distracted, trading when they're on the go, trading when their kids are jumping on top of them, trading when they're having a conversation, trading when they're driving a car. Guilty of trading when I'm driving a car. Sorry, law enforcement. Bad idea, because guess what? I would never try and play an intense chess game while I was driving a car. I just wouldn't. And yet somehow, something about trading doesn't click the same way, Like with chess, I can't do this right now. I can't focus on the pieces and the moves and what's under attack and protecting my pieces and trying to plan a couple of moves ahead. I know I can't. And yet with trading, it's like, I can do this. I can do this while I'll just look at it on my phone. I'll glance at it. I'll be fine. Wrong. Trading requires focus. It requires the same shit as chess. It requires anticipating your opponent's moves, what they're going to do. It requires you planning 2 or 3 steps ahead. It requires protecting your pieces, which is your bankroll. It requires preventing major blunders, which will cost you the game. A lot of skills between trading and chess overlap. But the single most important one is they both require your complete attention. I forget why I started that one, but there was a reason I started to say that. Oh, the chat. Yeah, the chat. So that's why I don't engage in it. If there's a lull later on, we're still too early in the morning. I mean, the main lull period during the day is clearly 12 noon to 1 p.m. That's lunch hour. Most of the time, that is the lull of the day. You get a lot of channeling during lunchtime, low volatility, low directional movement. So if I am going to open the chat, that would probably be during lunchtime. But yeah, it's nothing personal. And there may come a day where I engage in the chat more. And I should. I know. Claude and ChatGPT, they tell me that I should do the chat. But again, I am trying to trade here. And it does require my focus. And so does this camera right now. That camera gets hot as hell. It's burning hot. All right, up $55 so far. Had one, what I would call very good trade, actually. I really liked it. We had a fast down candle. I thought it was a fake out. There's other ways to describe it. A liquidity sweep, a stop hunt. Basically just the algos blowing past a level and sweeping up the people below it before immediately going back the other way. Always have to be careful of that. Always have to be careful of stop hunts, liquidity sweeps, whatever you want to call them. I should decide on just one term. Which one's better? Stop hunt or liquidity sweep? Stop hunt's easier to sort of say, and maybe a bit simpler, a bit more accurate. But liquidity sweep sounds a shit ton cooler. Yeah, liquidity sweep. Liquidity sweep. Even though it's not quite as simple or accurate, it sounds a lot cooler. So yeah, let's call these fake out moves liquidity sweeps, all right? This is them sweeping up liquidity down here before shooting back. Yeah, all right. I'm going with liquidity sweep. No more debating it. So we're up $55 on getting long near the bottom of this liquidity sweep, riding it back up. It could have ridden it all the way back up to the top of our channel right now. We are channeling. We're channeling between 777 and 775. 777 up here, 775 down here. What to make of that? We've had so much movement over the last 4 days. Now we're seeing a morning. It's 10:20 a.m. That's the opposite. We're seeing a morning of choppy bullshit. Again, I really hope you're not trading any of this. Anything in this range is pure noise. You will not be able to profit off of it. There's no profiting off of prices that are trading within a noise bracket. That's a pretty good term, actually. This is a noise bracket, okay? 775 to 777 is a noise bracket. That means any trading occurring within that range is just noise. I put that one in my phone. I like that one. Noise bracket. I do have a little glossary. Maybe one day I'll throw it up in the YouTube does actually have a forum for your channel. I don't use it, but maybe one day I'll throw up the glossary in the forum. Maybe. I don't know. All right. Looks like we're moving towards low. Now, again, we break below 775 here, right? That's the bottom of the noise bracket right now. Bottom of the channel. Do I want to get short at 7? I really don't. I can tell you right now, my gut immediately says if we break below 775, I will not consider that a signal to get short. I will just consider it too likely to be a fake out. I will. And you have to understand that from my perspective right now, there is a hell of a lot of meat on the bone here short. A hell of a lot. There is possibly 20 points to catch on the short side. I do not need to sweat missing 2, 3, 4 points. I just don't. If I miss the top 4 points of the down move, so be it. I've got at least another 10 to grab, if not more. So I'm not going to concern myself about missing the very top of this up move or trying to catch the very top of this up move. I want confirmation. Now, could I try to do like a quick short play where we break below 775 and maybe I try and only pick up a point? I could. But why? Especially when I know from earlier today that the algos might be hunting bears. They might be trying to catch them. And a break below 775 here could just be a fake out. In fact, honestly, if we break below 775 and go down here again, I might very well be tempted to get long. I probably won't do that either, but I'm just saying I don't feel breaking below 775 here would be recommended. Also, let me re-mention my internet. Xfinity is upgrading my internet, so if it cuts out at any moment, that's not my fault. It's just Xfinity. We did just break slightly below 775. We're at 774.8. Let's see if it's a fake out or not. Another. It would not surprise me if it is another. Come on in, guys. We're breaking below a certain level. You can get in if you want. Okay, now I'm buying it because it does look like that. I'll just take it right there. I'll just take it right there. I mean, I could wait till it goes all the way up here, but it reached sort of this top of this candle. It reached 775.75. I could have waited till up here. I could have used a limit order. A limit order would have been better, but it moved higher so quickly, I didn't have time to put a limit order in. I would have liked to have put a limit sell order right here instead of a market order, because I don't know how good my execution was there because I used a market order. Let's see. It filled at 808.75. Oof. 808.75 is right there. Ugh. Ugly execution. I should have used the limit order. Oh, God. And it's going all the way to the... Okay. Sloppy. That was sloppy exit. All right. Right idea. It was the right idea getting long here. It was a fake out. My exit was sloppy as shit. Oof. Sloppy exit. I bought a... I gotta see if it comes back. It did come back. It just came back. Oh. Just came back again. This is my third day of Xfinity upgrading my internet. It is what it is. Did it freeze again? It reconnected me and now it's... Okay, yeah, it's back. Okay, we are back. Okay, good. Yeah, so if I cut in and out again, it's not my fault. I'm not doing anything. It's just they're fucking with the internet in my neighborhood, so it is what it is. Sorry, guys. Like I said, if it gets really ugly to the point where it's cutting out too frequently or too long, I'll end the stream. But it hasn't been that awful yet, so I'm sticking with it. Where were we? I had a good trade idea here. I thought this down move here was another fake out. It was. I got long. My exit was here, which was sloppy as hell. I mean, a good exit would have been here. A great exit would have been here. Sloppy exit. Because it was moving so fast. Sometimes it moves so fast, it's really hard to put a limit order in that quickly. You can only just push the button, the market button. So we shot up so quickly, I just wanted to hit the market button. Trying to catch this top in case this was the top. So I just hit the market button. I would have had a chance to put a limit order in, but I didn't know that at the time. Limit orders take a few seconds, and sometimes the market passes you in those few seconds as you set the limit order. Limit orders just take 5 seconds, and hitting the market order button doesn't. What do I feel about this down move? The same thing. Again, I don't trust it. We've already seen 2 fake outs. Do I think that this one's going to be any different? It might be. But we've seen 2 fake outs. I don't. I don't trust it. I don't trust it. So, what can I say? I could do it again. I could get long again here. Do I want to try that this time? My gut says no this time. My gut says don't try to catch another fake out quite yet. Not the right time to do so. Might want to go a little lower this time before a bounce. Again, 772. That is my resistance level personally. We break below 772. That is when I'm going to get serious about getting short. Until then, I'm just sort of messing around, trying to hit singles. If we break below 772, I'll start looking at the possibility of swinging for the fences. Because that's the big resistance level from yesterday. It's the closest liquidity node. There is no liquidity node higher because we're at all-time highs. So 772 is the number I want to see us break below before I decide, you know what? There's a possibility that we may now be on the downswing. And right now we're only at 774.5. Again, I think we might go to 774 here, which we're kind of approaching before we bounce. If we bounce. I don't have a read here. I don't have a read on this right now, so I'm not going to do anything. That's the long and short of it. I am tempted to get long again because it's worked twice, but my gut says no. So I'm not going to do it. Even though we're showing a little bit of a bounce here, I mean, it's giving you a little bit of a reason to get long if you want to. Maybe put an exit up here. Stop down here. I mean, if you did that right now, your risk reward would basically be 1-to-1. So, fuck it. Not worth it. Not worth it. It would be a 1-to-1 trade. If you were going to do it, you had to do it down here somewhere. I am regretting it, though. I am regretting it. I mean, we haven't touched it. Here, my out would have been here if I had done it. So we haven't even touched that yet. So there's nothing to regret yet. There's nothing to regret yet. Well, now we're getting back into the range where I could do it. Shit. I had an opportunity there for a second. For a split second, I had an opportunity to do it. Okay, I'll do it. Yeah, hit the button. Okay. Probably stupid because I've told myself this was a bad play. My gut is not really feeling it. In fact, fuck this. No, I'm not doing it. No. Eat the $6. Bad idea. Don't, yeah, whatever. Lose $6 on that. It's fine. My gut says no. Just listen to the gut. The gut says this is not the time to do that. QQQ is now at even. It's now at 724 where it closed yesterday. So QQQ is flat for the day. Just an interesting tidbit. Now, so I've had kind of two shitty little moves in a row. I had a shitty exit here. I had a shitty little entry here, which I quickly exited. Both of them cost me. I mean, my shitty exit here cost me about. Both of them cost me about $7 or something. All right, but let's just, before I start rambling, let's concentrate on what's going on here. We're at 774.25. It would not surprise me if we hit 774 and then we bounced higher, or even made a little dip below 774 and then bounced higher. Again, the same theory of the algos inviting the bears in before moving higher. It certainly doesn't look like we're going to rip lower right now. And again, I don't want to try and play a rip lower until we break 772 or I see some sort of significant resistance level form today, which, a significant floor formed today. Obviously, no significant floor has formed today. So our big floor right now is 772. Until then, it's singles. We're hitting singles. So 774, we're at it right now. I'll get long here. Let's try it. Because I think this could be the bounce area. How much do I want to give up on the lower side if we want to dip below 774? Not much, honestly. Not much. $791.75, so 790. Okay. That's about it. That would be my bottom right there. If we go below that, I don't want it anymore. So if 774 is a bottom, because I think the algos, again, they're trying to induce the bears to come on in. And maybe 774 is the attractive level. They say, hey, look, we just dipped below 774. Come on in. Although maybe we need to dip a little lower than that to really convince the bears to come in. I mean, what was that bottom? 773.87. Yeah, I think we need to give them a little more room than that. $788.75. Honestly, 778.25 is really what I want. All right, that's really my exit here. All right. $792. $790 here, so 2, 788. Yeah, this is a good exit. I like this. This is a good losing exit. I think if we're going to fake, if this is a fake out, we're not going to go below this. This should be enough to rope some bears in if that's what the algos are going for here. If they're looking to rope some bears in and then bounce on them, right here's the range to do it. Give it one or two ticks lower, maybe. One tick lower, one tick lower. That's enough. That's enough. 773.80 is where we're at right now. I mean, that should be enough to rope them in if that's what they're going for. Oh boy. Not looking good. I'll tell you that. All right, that bottom was 773.62. All right, that's it. If we go lower than that, it's not a fake out anymore. Or at least it's a fake out that's too strong for me to hold through. Not looking good on this one at the moment. The thesis is still alive, but not looking great. I'll say that. Every tick higher makes it look a little better, but and if we break below this losing exit, I gotta sort of rethink the whole. Are we still trying to fake people out? Not that I'm not trying to hit any home runs until 772 is broken below. Until then, I am not interested in trying to catch a gigantic down move. Right now, I'm just playing singles and doubles. Mostly singles. I don't like the way this one feels, honestly. I mean, I'm going to stick with it because I don't want to start modifying my outs based on gut feelings. So I'm going to stick with it, but I don't like the way this one feels right now. I don't. I liked this bounce. I thought we looked good there, but now this move down, that doesn't feel right if we're going to be moving higher. So, but, and this is a rule I mentioned yesterday, and I think it's a very good one, actually. You should use your gut and your intuition and experience when deciding whether or not to enter a play. Entries deserve input from your gut and your intuition. Exits do not. Because once you are in a play, you've got money involved, you've got stakes involved, you've got emotions involved, and your judgment is off, and your gut and your intuition is off. Once you are involved in a play and you have money on the line, you can no longer trust your gut to give you an accurate assessment, because your gut is going to try to protect wins. It's going to try to cut wins short. It's going to try to let losers run based off of emotion. When you're flat, trust your gut. When you're in a play, your gut's going to lie to you. That's a big one. That's a big one. I really think that's an important sort of insight. I mean, I like it personally, and I think it's a good one. And I see my gut down here was telling me, danger, danger, get out of this play. But now it looks like we're making some movement. $774.5 right here. That could be the top, but that's not, again, my gut. Don't do your gut. My gut is telling me maybe 774.5 is the top, and it could be, but that's not where I set my out. I set my out up here at 775, and I'm doubting that. Was that too aggressive? Was that too aggressive? I can start moving my losing exit up at least just a little bit. I can move it at least up a few ticks. I mean, we've moved high enough now that if we sink back below here, the trade is dead anyway. Was 774.5 the top? Again, my gut is telling me if we get to 774.5, take the damn out, because that might be the top. But don't trust your gut once you're in the trade. Don't trust your gut once you're in the trade. Only before. Once you're in the trade, just stick to the outs. Sometimes I tweak them. I'm not tweaking them based on gut feelings. I'm tweaking them based on just sort of, whether I want to exit at 774.9 or 774.8, and that's not changing the trade. It's just sort of tweaking what I think might be the optimal exit. So if you see me move in out a tick or two here and there, again, I'm not changing the trade. I'm just kind of doing the math in my head as to what the actual out is. Especially since I'm trading MES. I mean, that's the instrument I'm using to trade MES, micro futures. But I'm actually trading SPY. I mean, SPY is what I'm interested in. And I'm using a secondary instrument to trade it. So I have to do the conversion. It just jumped right close to my out. Okay, I'm gonna move I'm gonna move my losing out up now because we're getting close. Okay, we're very close now. Got it. Yes. 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 I like that trade. I like that trade. That was a pretty trade. That one was pretty. And it was spot on too. My read today, I have to say, is on. Knock on wood, because I just jinxed myself. But my read today is pretty good. My execution hasn't been perfect, but my reads have been good. On this trade, I said 774 might be a bottom. We might even break below it as a way to tempt the bears to get in again. Break below 774, give the bears bait, and that's exactly what I did. I got long here. I gave it just enough room. I mean, my losing exit was right here. And I like that. I like when we get really close, but my losing exit is perfectly placed. It gave the bears just enough line to bite and then bounce back on them. And I caught basically the whole move, more or less. Happy about that. That was a pretty trade and well executed, both. Now we've got a kind of a fast down move lower, right off of a fast down move lower, right off of a fake out and a bounce. Fake out bounce. I mean, could it be like a double fake out? A quick double fake out? Is that possible? Yeah, it might be. If it is a quick double fake out, it would be fast. No, okay. I'm gonna do it one more time because I'm stupid. Okay. Bye bye. Sorry, trading gods. No. Okay. All right. That was my first, like, actually wrong trade. I don't know where I got that idea of a double fake out from. That's not something you usually see. So, why is my total not updating? Okay, hold on a second. My total's not updating here. Yeah, I don't know what that move was right now. Don't do it. All right, hold on. That was a bad trade. I bought these buttons. Timeout. Today's word is timeout. Timeout. I'm feeling shitty about that trade. Oh, what the fuck is this candle? And it's approaching 772. Buy another fake out candle. Fake out candle. The problem with this fake out candle is that it could go very low. It could go down to 772. And it didn't get there. It went to 772.5. So this candle could go all the way down to 772. And I just hit the timeout button. I wanted to take a timeout, but I can't do it with this candle showing up like this. Fuck. All right. Mental note, after this trade, we are taking a timeout, if at all possible. Just putting my winning out where the candle started. My gut is telling me to exit it right now and take the winnings. Again, do not listen to the gut once you're already in the trade. I am Really worried though that this fake out is going to go all the way down to 772, and this bottom right here is only 772.5. And if it blows through my exit, I could take more losses than I want. My losing exit is only 1250 right now. If this were to be a sharp downward move, I could lose $20, $30, not just the 1250, because it'll blow past my exit and give me bad execution. So there's a little danger here. But again, this looks like a real fake out candle. It's just a matter of whether it's done or not. And there's also the possibility that we could be entering the actual down move phase, and that I'm just being cautious about it and not entering until we break below 772. That's also possible. So don't let me rule that out. You know, we could actually be entering the real down move phase now. But again, I am waiting for a 772 break personally. I don't want to be the first guy in. I told you from the beginning I was willing to give up the 4 points. We were at 776 at the open. I'm willing to give that up because protect over profit. Protect over profit. You got to protect your bankroll before you try and profit. My gut is really telling me to get out of this right now. I mean, if this is a fake out, we should see some momentum higher. So let's move our losing exit up. Gotcha. All right, it was another fake out. So you can see what's happening here, right? I hope at this point, if you've been watching me since this morning, it's the same pattern we're seeing over and over again. We're seeing breaks lower to new lows to points that would try to rope in bears and say, hey, this is your moment to get short. And then we're seeing bounces that come back and make them pay for it. On the other hand, though, we are steadily moving lower. So, this, you know, if you've just shorted it up here and just ridden it short, you're doing quite well. So, you know, a bit of a dichotomy here in that I'm winning because I'm playing the contrarian and I see these down moves as fake outs, but at the same time, we are moving lower. Generally, we are trending lower here. So you could be winning either way. If you're a bear, you better be ready to just hold, because you're obviously going to be looking at a lot of fake out moves and a lot of bounces. I think I'm playing it a little safer personally. Instead of trying to just be a bear here, I'm playing the algos themselves, which I like. You know, I would prefer to play as a day trader and as a short-term trader. I want to play the algos and what they're doing. I want to try to anticipate the algos. I don't want to try to anticipate a bull or a bear market. Unless we break below 772, in which case, convincingly below 772, by the way, not just 771.8, convincingly below 772. But yeah, I think I'm doing a bit of a safer tactic, playing the algos and their bounces. But if you're bearish and you're just riding it and you have the stomach for the bounces that keep happening, good for you. That strategy is working also. What to make of it? There's two ways to read it right now. The first way is we're bearish. We're heading lower. Yeah, we're having some bounces, but we're heading lower. QQQ is slightly in the red. Not much, honestly. No, it's basically even. QQQ is even. So the one way to read it is we're moving lower, and maybe it's going to pick up steam and snowball and turn into a real sell-off today. That's one way to read it. The other way to read it is all of these little down bounce moves and their, all these down moves and then their fake out bounces. It's all sort of one big fake out move where we're moving lower until we hit a certain point, and then we'll have like a bounce all the way back to, like, let's say 777 or 776. In other words, this down move with its little bounces is just one big false down move before a big bounce. That would be the other way to read it. I don't know. Because I'm bearish in the next couple of days. I'm bearish. I'm bearish over the rest of the week. But I will say today, right now, I'm not particularly bearish. So it wouldn't surprise me if this whole little trend here is just one sort of big fake out before a bounce, which might be happening right now, actually. In fact, if we break about 774, I probably will get long. In fact, I'll get... No, too early. Get out of that. Too early. Poor timing. I'm kind of looking to get long here, thinking that this whole move might be one sort of giant fake out before a bounce back up to 776 or 777, which would make sense because the market is showing you that it's got a false breakout tenor to it, right? That's what you're seeing from the algos and the market makers, false breakouts. And while we trend lower, mind you, but you're certainly not seeing panic selling. How much do I want to risk on this? I'm going to put it down here. Okay, I did get long on the thesis that this down move was... I'm early on this, aren't I? That this down move was just sort of one giant fake out, but the giant fake out might go all the way down to 772. So am I early on it? I could just wait until we break 774 instead of... this. Fuck it. Stop. I don't like it. I could just wait till we just break 774. Throw away fucking $15 trying to get long without a good level, without a good setup, without a good confirmation. Sloppy shit. Sloppy shit. If we break above 774, I'll get long. And I'm forgetting my timeout. You know what? Timeout. I should do my timeout. I should do my timeout. All right. Timeout. I did not buy these buttons to be entertaining. I really didn't. I don't care and timeout. I also bought a stress ball. If I throw the stress ball, that means I'm in trouble. I bought these buttons actually to tell me, to give a physical signal that I need to stop. This one, I don't care, is a physical signal that, you know what, let the trade go. Whatever trade I just lost, let it go. This one, the timeout button, now mind you, I grabbed it before, right? It's a physical signal to take a break. I grabbed it before. And if I hadn't grabbed it and pushed it, I wouldn't be taking a timeout right now, and I should be taking a timeout. Or else I wouldn't have pushed the damn button. So, timeout. Back because I think 772 is the important level and we're approaching it. Would have liked to have taken a little bit of a longer break, frankly. That was only like 5 or 10 minutes. I wanted to really reset myself. Reset. Okay, we're okay. Reset. We're okay. Reset. 772 is the level. So I have to watch that one. Number one, are we going to break below it? In which case, it might become time to actually start riding this down move. Or are we going to touch it, break below it? It's going to be a fake out. And we are going to bounce fucking hard. Which one? I don't know. But I have to see. Because it's going to be one or the other, I think. I don't know which one, and I don't even want to say which one. I will say VIX is heading lower now. I mean, yeah, VIX is heading down. Bad sign for the bears. VIX should be heading higher. We've been heading lower all day. That really makes me lean towards, we're heading towards sort of a monster fake out bounce here at 772. Shit. We're going to go a little below 172 before we bounce. 772. We're right at it. That's the liquidity node. That's the fucking, that's the bounce I wanted to see, so I got short on it. I mean, long on it. I got long on it. Oh, I just bought another contract. Was that stupid or smart? Might have been stupid. Might be a little early to get 2 contracts here. A little early to get 2 contracts. Let's wait to see if this is the fake out that I think it might be. This would be the monster sort of fake out. Which would mean kind of a monster bounce. Or it could be the actual breakdown. I'm not ruling that out. I'm just saying I'm leaning more towards it's a fake out. Because we've been seeing fake out behavior all day, and now we've got the VIX. The VIX is falling instead of climbing. All right, I am going to grab that second contract now. And I'm going to commit to this bounce here. Dangerous, but this is trading. This is a dangerous play. Really risky, but again, that's trading. I got to stick with the thesis. And the thesis is we were going to break below 772. We had a nice candle below 772. That's a good fake out candle. I'm not comfortable, but you know what? Any good trade, you really shouldn't feel that comfortable on if you're trying to make like a real winner. A real winner should not feel comfortable. But I am going to risk most of my profits for today on this one. Sucks. Going to risk almost all my profits for today on this one. Luckily, I do have profits to risk. Why is my shit not updating? Okay, I am not liking that my totals are not updating. It does say I have the long position, so that's good. But my totals are not updating. Anyway, it says 106, but I'm up $42 on this, so I'm actually up 150. God, I hate fucking flaky bullshit. What? Why the fuck is this not updating? I mean, it's not just the macro that I use to update the UI. The broker I use, my totals are not updating on. But the broker does say I have a long position of 2 contracts. So, but still unnerving. God damn it. I can't be distracted by this technical garbage bullshit. I'm in the most important trade of the day right now. And fucking A. Update my totals, you son of a bitch. Okay, I'm fucking logging out because I want those totals updated. I don't like sitting here like this without those totals updated. Okay, there we go. Okay, there we go. All right, I had to log out and log back in. Now the totals are updated. Now, where is my winning exit here? Honestly, 776 is what I think is the winning exit here. I have to be honest. I know that's not what bears probably want to hear here. Either 776 or a breakdown in structure. A breakdown in structure would be a bounce lower, then a bounce higher, then a pullback to a lower low. That would be a breakdown in structure. Does my losing exit here need to be quite so far down? Yeah, it does for now. Now, again, if we get a nice bounce here, this will become a new low, right? And I can move my losing exit up to the new low. Because if you have a strong bounce, and that's what I'm looking for here, a strong bounce after a rather prolonged down move. I'm looking for a strong bounce. A strong bounce should have momentum to it. You should not see a lower low. But again, disclaimer, do not follow my trades. I am not a profitable trader. And this could be the breakdown we've been waiting for. It could be. I don't think it is yet, but it could be. And like I said, I want real confirmation, a real breakdown below 772. And I just wouldn't be surprised if this was a fake out below 72 to catch people like me who are sort of saying, if we break below 772, that's the ticket. This pullback is starting to look a little nasty. I'm not happy about that. if we hit my losing exit here, I am going to flip to the short side. Gently at first, maybe with a little more conviction later. I'd really love to see a bounce here just to give me a new higher losing exit. If we get a nice bounce here, even if I don't win the trade, I can move my losing exit. If we get a nice bounce here, again, even if I don't win the trade, I can move my losing exit to the bottom of this, because that'll be a break. If we get a bounce and then a break below that, that would be a structural break, which would mean the trade is over. Because this bounce, if it is a bounce, should have some momentum to it. You should not see a lower low. But I haven't had a chance to set a lower low yet, which is pretty bearish in and of itself. Whatever. Look, I had my thesis. I think it was an okay thesis. That was all the way down at 771. This candle right here was 771. Shit, I didn't realize it was that low. I did not realize it was that low. VIX still unmoving. 764.50. So 7630 will be my actual out. Looking bad for my trade. But if my trade doesn't work out, like I said, this might be the beginning of the real down move. So I might be able to make it back. Plus, I was already up $100 on the day. If I lose this trade, I'm just back to break even. I'm basically at break even with an opportunity to catch a big down move today if that's what wants to happen. So not a bad position to be in. I would rather win the trade than lose the trade. But you know what? If we start panic selling, I might change my mind about that. You know, I might be like, hey, you know what? I'm glad we broke down. Still rather fucking win the trade, to be perfectly honest with you. But I could reduce my size here. Okay, I'm going to reduce the size just for a second to lower my risk. Let's see if we can break back above 772, in which case I'll get back in for the second contract. Ugh, see, this is a gut feeling trade. This is a gut feeling trade, reducing my size here in the middle of a trade. Wrong. Don't trust your gut. Don't trust your fucking gut in the middle of a trade. All right, I just cost myself there a healthy chunk. All right, now, at the very least, I do have now a lower low to work with. So I can move my losing out up to here, my losing exit up to there, because if we are going to move higher, again, this is sloppy stuff. I'm going to exit one. If we get to the resistance level we hit before, and then re-enter if we break above it. Again, I'm trying to kind of keep my risk in check here. In case we're about to have a real breakdown. Ugh, yucky. Why didn't I just set my sell limit to there? Fuck this. Fuck that. Follow your rules. No gut trading during the trade. Don't gut trade during the trade. Your gut is wrong during the trade. And my gut right now is telling me protect yourself, protect yourself, protect yourself. But that is not, this trade is following the pattern. There's nothing alarming about this trade yet. It's still following the thesis. It had a pullback. Pullbacks are natural. There's nothing about this trade that is flashing a huge warning sign that would make me logically think it's in trouble yet. Although I really don't like this sort of lower high here. I'm not a fan of that. Not a fan of that. Okay, now I'm starting to think again I should reduce my size and fuck. What's the right thing to do? What's the right thing to do? What is the right thing to do? Ugh, I really don't like this. This I don't like at all. This lower high, that's a bad sign for me. This move should have gone. Stop fucking overthinking it. Stop overthinking it. Just stick with the fucking thesis. Stick with the thesis. And don't play scared. Don't play scared money. If you're wrong, you're wrong. If you're wrong,
I don't care.
Again, this is for me. It's not for entertainment purposes. If I'm wrong, if I'm wrong, I don't care. I had a good thesis, and if the thesis is wrong, then I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. Again, I've got the stress ball out. My gut over and over and over again right now is telling me this trade is in trouble. Reduce your size. Be careful. Don't listen to the gut mid trade. It is biased. Got my squeeze ball. Got my squeeze ball. Got my fucking squeeze ball. I don't know why this trade is stressing me out so much. I mean, sure, it's $86, but I am up. It's not going to even put me in the red for the day, but what's stressing me out about it is that, number one, I'd really like to be right on it. Number two, if we do break lower, it's going to be hard decision time. And, it's like I've said it all morning. I'm waiting for a break below 772. We're at 772 right now. And I did make clear it has to be a decisive break below 772. Not just what we've seen so far. This is not decisive. This is not decisive. Yeah, this is definitely not decisive yet. Am I going to reduce my size here? Shit. Fuck. You're seeing a wall forming at 772, which is a good sign for me, But walls also have a way, the algos have a way of punching through them to vacuum up stops. And then moving higher. That's not exactly a punch through, though. That's just a move below it. That's just a move below it. I mean, I'm going to grab one more if we drop down to here, actually, because it'll be right next to my exit. Especially if we have a fast candle down to there. We could even see it. We could even see it fucking. You know what? Meh. I should put it right there, maybe. I don't know. I don't know. We're seeing a flag forming now. You know, you got that. You've got this. All right. Lower highs, higher lows, flag forming. Which way are we going to break? And either way we break, is the first move going to be a fake out? I could definitely see just a punch lower just to sweep up stops like mine. Just to sweep up stops like mine. In fact, I'm going to have to move my. I'm going to have to move my exit a little lower. Just because a wall is forming at 772, which might actually be a good buying opportunity. Because a wall, sometimes, I mean, a lot of the times those walls just hold. They're institutions saying you will not cross this line. But the problem is that when you have a wall like that, often you get, before we go higher, you get a quick punch downward through the wall, a liquidity sweep, and then the move higher. And I'm worried about a liquidity sweep right now, just like this over here. I am worried about a liquidity sweep. All right, maybe it's not a wall. I mean, it looked like a wall for a second. Oof. Getting a bad feeling that the algos are really going to outmaneuver me here. Really going to outmaneuver me here. VIX continuing to move lower, but gold is moving higher. QQQ is definitely moving lower now. Well, I wouldn't say definitely. It's down 0.25%. That's not exactly definitely. Should have taken this. Should have lightened up here. Should have lightened up here. Should have lightened up by a contract up here. Should have lightened up by a contract up here. Had an opportunity. Right here. Could have lightened up by one contract. Given myself a lot less damage if we're going to break down. Oh well, fuck it. Hey. I don't care. It happened. I don't care. It was a good thesis. If it doesn't work, I don't care. Get rid of that little buy order. We don't need that there anymore. Get rid of this stop. All right. We're approaching 771, aren't we? No, we're not. Shit. All right. Oh, there's a real difference between There's a real difference between the futures price and the SPY price I'm seeing right now. This futures candle never went as far down. This candle never went as far down as the SPY candle did. So I have to move this lower, unfortunately. $40 from here, 59 point. Oh God, that's brutal. 659.75. Ugh. That's the real bottom. That's the SPY bottom. Ugh, that sucks. This chart right here is MES, the futures. And as you can see, the bottoms are equal right now. But if I show you SPY, the bottoms are not equal. SPY went significantly lower on this candle than MES did. And I really trade SPY. MES is just the instrument I use. So this is my real bottom down here, which is way below this, you know. Fuck. Sucks. I thought my risk was here. Shit. 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 This is gonna suck. This is gonna suck. And it's 12 noon. Ugh. Not the time I want to try and be catching a big down move. So if we grab my losing exit, I'm going to have to get short during lunch hour. Like the worst hour to try and catch a fucking... to try and catch a real move. If we can get back up to here, I am going to light my size down to one contract. It's just, should I even do that? Yeah, I mean, I don't like my risk here. I don't like this downward lower highs. I don't like my risk here anymore. I don't like that this candle here was deceptive. It was not accurate in terms of where SPY actually dove to. Sucks. Sucks, sucks, sucks. All right, this is trading. A lot of wrong, a lot of waiting. You end up being wrong, you end up being wrong. Damn. Such a good start to the day, too. I really had 3 good singles. And now I have a play where I try and hit, like a triple. And it's not gonna work. It's not over yet, but it's not looking good. That's for sure. So damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. And then I'm gonna have to get short. At a level I'm not exactly comfortable with. I have to think about that, honestly. Fuck. Fuck. Oh, it just grabbed it. It just grabbed it. Is that a fake out or is it a go? Is it a fake out or a go? Which one? I'm leaning towards fake out, so I'm gonna lean towards fake out here. Or is it go? That looked like a liquidity sweep. It certainly swept up my stop. Or is this a go? Or is this a go? Or is this a go? It's a go. It's a go. Okay. Oops, I didn't want that much. Oof, getting hurt here. All right. No way they faked me out like that. No way they fucking. That was the sweep. No. No fucking chance that was the sweep. That is way too far. Don't tell me that was the fucking sweep. Don't. That couldn't have been the sweep. If that was the sweep, the Algos have fucking. They are fucking brilliant. I'm doing entry soup here. I'm doing entry soup. Don't tell me that was the fucking sweep. All right, I'm bouncing in and out of contracts here. I'm a little disoriented, trying to figure out whether this is go time or not. Think, think, think. Think, 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 think. Think, 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 think. Just take it slow for now. There's plenty of meat on the bone if this is really it. There's plenty of meat on the bone if this is actually it. VIX is still not fucking moving. What the fuck? Why isn't the VIX moving? What is it, dead? broke below 772. 771 was the fucking number. That might have been the sweep. We broke below that. I don't know. I don't know. Just stick with the fucking plan, right? This is go time, isn't it? That's what I've said. Below 772, decisively. I gave it until 771. We broke 771 with a nice clean move. $770 was not a level yesterday. I mean, we're at 770 right now, but it was of no importance yesterday. 771 was. 772 was. 770 was not. Even though it is a nice round integer, that's where we're at right now. But it wasn't a key level yesterday, so why should it be today? Shut up. My kid's iPad is going. God fucking damn it. I don't. Can I not have. I really. Fucking hate my kid's iPad. Are you serious? I have to listen to that shit right now. How many times is that kid gonna call? Okay. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. Chill the fuck out. Chill the fuck out. What the fuck are the Algos doing today? Are they finally selling? Is the top finally in? Are we finally fucking selling? It's a. I just can't shake the fucking feeling that this is some kind of fake out. Can't shake that fucking feeling. I don't know. I don't know. I wish I had more to say right now. I mean, we broke 772. We broke 771. Those were the levels. So what the fuck? I mean, I'm short right now. So why am I so fucking scared of this position? Is this just my gut again? But my gut was telling me that we were going to have a bounce before I even entered this position. So it's not like now that I'm in the position, my gut is suddenly telling me trouble, trouble, trouble. My gut felt that way before. Okay, I bought one at 770. And somehow got right back in at the wrong moment. What the fuck? I wish the VIX would move higher. It's frozen. I mean, is okay. Whatever. The VIX is frozen. So be it. I don't know what the fuck that means. We broke the levels that I thought were important. We broke the levels that I thought were important. And now I'm doubting whether the sell off is really beginning or not. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I could just see a bounce here so easily for some reason. I don't know why. Like a major bounce, like a bounce back to daily highs. I could fucking see that. I am super afraid of that for some reason. Yeah, I am super afraid of that for some reason. Even though we've passed the levels that I deemed important. I mean, the liquidity yesterday was at 772, 773, 771. We've already gone through those levels, right? So we're stuck right now at 770, which wasn't even there was no liquidity there yesterday. Does that mean anything? A 770 wall. Could that possibly mean anything? My real problem is it just didn't feel like we reached max euphoria at any point. It didn't feel like that top this morning at the open. We went from 775 to 777. That didn't feel like a euphoric kind of high. Definitely didn't feel like a euphoric kind of high. I'd love to break below 770 though. I mean, that would make me feel a lot better. I don't like sitting right here at 770. Really don't. Really don't like sitting here at 770. Entry soup. Entry soup is what I'm doing right now. Entry fucking soup. Just killing myself in commissions. Killing myself in commissions. Put a take profit in down at 770. Put a stop loss in, let's see, a little bit above where we peaked here. I mean, we could just be entering sort of a 770 channel, in which case, bravo, Algos. All right, I'm going with my fucking gut here. Fuck this. My gut says we bounce. End of story. That's what my gut says. And now that fucking candle to me confirms it. Let's do it. Let's do it. My gut says we bounce. It has said that we are going to bounce throughout the day. That went way deeper than I thought it was going to go. But now I think we're on fucking. Now I think we're bouncing. Finally. Finally, I feel a little fucking commitment to a play here. Yeah, I don't know. Something about today. I've just felt all day that it's been fake out moves. Even though we broke below that 772, 771 level. Boy, I thought that might be the trigger for a real sell off, but I don't know. I just there's just something in my gut saying that's not gonna snowball today. For whatever reason, it's not gonna fucking snowball today. In fact, I would not be surprised if we see a death candle today at the top here, which would be 776, which was what I always sort of thought. 776 would be the death candle. So let me put my top there at 776. Um, Let me see here. 776 is that 776 where I just set that out. Yeah, yeah, that's right where it's supposed to be. All right, I'm going to be using a trailing stop here. Lower lows. Lower lows, trailing stop. Boy, I'm going with my gut here, and I don't know. Is my gut just wrong? My is my gut just wrong? It could be. I mean, yeah, it could be. Definitely fucking could be. And to make matters worse, if my gut is wrong and I'm getting long here, not only am I going to get killed on the trade, I'm going to miss a down move that I've been planning for the last 3 days. I mean, shit. Doesn't get worse than that, does it? I mean, not only did you get slaughtered on the trade itself, but then you miss you miss a move that you've been waiting for days, and that you said all morning, if we break this level, that's the signal. And I'm going against that now. I mean, there's all sorts of like, it will be a how the hell did I fuck this up kind of day if my gut is wrong here. But my gut says we're fucking gonna bounce here. That is just what my gut is screaming. I gotta take a piss. We hit 772. We're at 772. Again, big liquidity node. Meeting resistance there. No surprise. I could lighten up a contract. Could lighten up one contract. Wait till we break through it. Why not? It's only one contract. Grab it right back if we do break through it. Okay, bought it right back. Lose my little entry price higher. I don't like that. We can move our stop. We can move our loser higher now because we got a downward bounce here and then a low. We got a low and then a bounce. So we can move it below the low because, again, a lower low would be a structural break. Although I want to give this one just a few more ticks for some reason. In fact, I'm not even sure I want to move it to that one. Yeah, okay. I think it's okay to move it to that one. You know what? I'm not so sure it's okay to move it to that one. I don't like it quite yet for some reason. Why not? Let's just keep it at the other one for now, at the other low. I trust that one more. Trust that one more. Why is my total not updating again? Did I? Okay, it is. Already ripped this stress ball from squeezing its head today. Dangerous plays here. Dangerous plays. Dangerous plays. My gut says we're going to bounce back. It just does. Just fucking does. Now, can I give you a good thesis, a good explanation for that? Thesis for that. Thesis for that. Thesis for that. Thesis for that. Fuck. I shouldn't have this much trouble coming up with a thesis for it. My, the thesis. The thesis is. I just don't think the Algos are done fucking with the Bears. I think there are still too many Bears who were waiting to catch this down move, like me, waiting for the 772, 771 break, which happened. And that they're not going to pay that off quite so easily. They're not going to pay that off today, basically. They're not going to pay off. Disclaimer, do not follow my trades. I am not a profitable trader. But the thesis, my thesis, as bizarre as it may sound and pig-headed, is I've just gotten the impression all day that this is the Algos trying to fake out bears, and that this move, I thought a move to 772 would be their big push to fake people out. But you know what? Maybe I should have thought twice. Because 772 and 771 were both important numbers. It looks like maybe the big push to convince people that the bear move was on was down to 770. That's where we stopped. Maybe that was the push. The push was down to 770 to say, hey guys, you can get in now. And I'll tell you, because that convinced me. That was enough to convince me. Once we broke below 771, I said, let's go for it. That's the number I was waiting for. But yeah, I still think that that might be an algo fake out. That move down there was meant to catch people like me trying to get short. And that's what my gut says. That's what my gut says. And more broadly, overall, VIX is now moving a little bit. It's dropping. A good sign for bulls. VIX is down today. I don't think we reached maximum pain in terms of the top. I just don't think we did. We didn't reach that point where it's like, this is the point where we hammer them. This is the point where we hammer them. It never felt to me like we've reached that point. That 777 top that I talked about, maybe it was lucky sevens. Maybe that was the top. Maybe 777. Maybe the market has a bizarre sense of humor. That was the top, baby. 777, maybe, and should have shorted it there and just held it, and that's that, baby. But I just haven't believed this move today, even though it broke the levels I wanted it to, and fucking A. What else can I say? My fucking gut says we're gonna bounce, and that's that. Nothing else to say about it. It's fucking it. Fucking, I hate trading. I hate trading. Can we talk about something else? What day is it? Wednesday? Ugh. Anybody watch Stewart Fails to Save the World? I checked that out last night. Meh. I'm not sure it's my type of humor, exactly. But I do like sci-fi, and it is an interesting sci-fi premise. And the humor itself, again, not exactly my type. A little weird, a little dry, a little dorky. It's dork humor, but it's not terrible. It's not laugh out loud funny. It's the fuck. Let me look at my chat. If there's any time to look at a chat. Okay, what do we got here? Frey dog. Just eating people's cell limit when it goes that low and then bounces. You trading on your phone or PC would be great. Wish you luck, brother. Thank you, Ashok, for the wishing me luck, brother. I'm gonna need it. Frey dog. It's just eating people's cell limits, right? Yeah, basically. Yeah, those are stop hunts. Liquidity sweeps, as I call them. The market looks, the market makers, the institutions, they look for the psychological level where people are going to put their stops below, and then they drop below them. And not just their stops, it's also where people are going to put sell orders in. They're going to put their, if they're long, they're going to put their stops below the resistance level. And it's going to look like a breakthrough to other people who are then going to get short. So when you break through that level lower, you get two forces now selling. And they use that selling volume to then bounce higher. All right? And that's how they get you. So when I was making those plays earlier today, let's see, where was a good one? Oh, this was the first one. Here was the limit, right? You break below it. Anybody who's got to stop here, anybody who's long, who's got to stop here, they're out. And then who knows how many people, when you see this break lower right here, they say, hey, that's it. We're going to get short, right? And then bingo, bango, right up in your face, you're out. You lose money. Bam. This was another one over here. Right here was where was the level? This sort of sharp move downward. Big sharp move downward. Again, you break below a level here. You eat people's stops. Now longs are stopped out. They're done. People are going to get short here, and then boom, another bounce. So it's a very common tactic of the algos and the market makers. Look for psychological resistance levels, break through them. You devour people's stops, you stop them out, and on the other side, you also get people who are going to play going with the moves, and then you pull it in. Especially if it's a fast 1 minute candle, straight up or straight down. That's the best kind, the most obvious kind of fake out, right? Boom. Real fast, nail the stops, get people in, pull it back real quick, and they're out money. There you go. You see it a lot. A lot. The problem is, like everything in the market, there's always an asterisk, is that sometimes they're not fake, Sometimes they're not fake. Like today, we had a bunch of fake out moves downward, right? But the trend still continued downward all day. So, I caught the fake outs. I made some money getting long on the fake outs and exiting them fairly quickly. Again, I was hitting singles. But it turns out maybe in the end, just being bearish right from Jump Street, just being bearish straight out of the gate would have been the better move. Could have caught 6 points there. Fuck the fake outs. Always an asterisk with everything in trading. And now I'm playing not a small fake out, what I would call a big fake out. All right. These were small time fake outs. Small time fake out with a little bounce. Small time fake out with a little bounce. Small time fake out with a little bounce. What I'm looking for right now, and why my gut is telling me to be long, is I'm thinking this is a one big fake out that we're going to bounce hard from. Although maybe we already have bounced hard from it and I should just get the fuck out. Yeah, I mean, we're at 771.58. We really need to break above 772 for me to have any chance of this move really going. I don't like how we're stalling right here. And yeah, I'm playing on my PC. I can trade on my phone. And I do switch to my phone if I lose my internet, I switch to the phone. Although I don't like doing that. Obviously, I don't have as much charting capability. Entering my orders is a lot slower and sloppier. Playing on my phone is really not what I want to do, but I will in a pinch. That's for sure. Now, this fucking thing. What am I looking at here? God. I'm only down 200. I could just take a break at this point. I had a nice feel for it this morning. This breakdown, like I said, below 772, 771, I thought that might be the go signal for some real selling. But you know what? We haven't gotten real selling. We went down to 770, we stopped, and we had a really healthy bounce after that, back up to 772. So there hasn't been a panic sell-off or a big sell-off, which is really what you're kind of looking for, isn't it? After this huge run, You're looking for a real sell-off. But maybe I should... Fuck. I could cut and run here. You know, we had a down move. Maybe it's not exactly a fake out, but we got to bounce off of it to punish people who got bearish on the move. But maybe this trend just continues, right? This is just sort of a larger part of the trend. We get a bigger down move, a bigger bounce to punish the bears who got in at low prices. And then the trend continues even further downward. I could see that. Very, very, very possible. This is just the same pattern, just bigger. Bigger down move, bigger bounce, but then the downward trend continues. But again, something is telling me that's not right. Something is telling me that's not right. All right, we're at 772. I should lighten up just a little. Get rid of one contract again. We gotta break above 772 if we gotta break above 772 if my thesis about us bouncing and the algos, this move really trying to rope in the bears so they can really punish them with a big up move today. Not a huge up move, but to 776 maybe. But maybe this is as far as the bounce goes. Just take the fucking single. But my gut doesn't say, my gut says that's not it. That this 772 top is not it. This isn't the top. Fucking could be. It definitely could be. I don't feel like 772 is the top. But we're now hitting resistance on it 3 times. It could be the top. Before we continue a downtrend that lasts, it's almost 1 o'clock. That's a good thing, all right? Lunch hour is almost over. Look, as usual, we've had our lunch hour channeling. This is what happens during lunch. We channel. One o'clock and the action after 1 o'clock usually gives us a very, very good clue as to what is going to occur during the afternoon. All right, I sold one more. I'm only in one now because we're getting very close to one. Let's see what happens at one. First off, let's see if we can break above 772. If we can break above 772 at 1 o'clock and hold above it, we might see a real rally this afternoon with 1 o'clock, with the 1 o'clock action being the indication that we're going to see a good, healthy rally this afternoon. Or we see the opposite at 1 o'clock. We see this channel break down the other way. Look, we've got a nice channel here. Nice channel between 771.39, whatever that is, and 772. So let's see which way it breaks. We're almost at 1 o'clock. Are we going to break above or below this channel come 1 o'clock? That'll be a pretty good indication of whether my thesis about bouncing this afternoon is correct, or whether this might turn into a real sell-off this afternoon. Let's just see what happens at 1. What happens at 1 is, again, like everything else, it's got an asterisk. It's far from 100% reliable, but it is a good indicator. 1 o'clock action is a good indicator of what will happen during the afternoon. Traders get back from lunch, the lunchtime channel ends, and you get a sense of what the market may want to do from 1 to 3 o'clock. After 3 o'clock, the market sort of becomes its own beast. Five more minutes. Still got my gut feeling that the algos were faking us out. They want to move us higher. This was a fake out move. But I do want to say, if you are bearish, I do not fault you for that here. I really don't. We broke below 772. We broke below 771. It is not good if you're bearish that we hit 770 and bounced like this. That's a bad sign for bearish people. But that doesn't mean that we can't reverse from here, because 772 looks like it's a bit of a wall, and just start heading lower all afternoon. It is definitely possible. So my feeling is bounce, but if your feeling is bearish, I don't blame you. I would not poo-poo on that at all. All right, 12:59, and it looks like the initial action is moving lower. Good sign for bears. Good sign for bears. All right, about to be 1 o'clock. Everybody's done eating their lunch. Back from their fancy restaurants, like in Wolf of Wall Street. You're going to bring us 2 shots and then 2 more until one of us passes the fuck out. Very good, sir. You're able to be intoxicated and still do your job effectively? How else would you do this job? Mustard shit. That line nails it. Staring at these ticks like this, digits, tick, 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 mustard shit. Absolutely. I don't know what mustard shit is, but it perfectly describes this. This is mustard shit. Yeah. It's mustard shit. Staring at these fucking bars and the numbers, it can drive a person a little crazy. Big time. Fucking mustard shit. Boy, did I fuck up this whole window in here. My God. I don't even remember what I did. It's what I call entry soup. It's when I'm bouncing in and out of positions without any real rhyme or reason to it, motivation, thesis, setups. I just start hitting buttons, basically. Entry soup. And I don't know why sometimes that urge comes over me. I mean, it's a little bit of revenge trading. I'm not going to say it's not. There's certainly a revenge trading aspect to it. But it's more like uncertainty. You know, like I don't know what's going on. All right, it's 102 and we're seeing like a fat down candle now, which is making me more bearish. I've got my sell stop in here. I mean, I've got my stop down here. But yeah, the initial 1 o'clock move is a bit down. But that's, that's just the first couple minutes. It's not convincing yet. I mean, the real question is, in the end, is there a bias? Is there a bias? Now, the plays I made money on earlier today, they were setups, but I think there was a bias. The bias was the algos are trying to trap people. They're going to break levels, and then they're going to punish them by bouncing. That was the bias. Now, at some point, that bias in here, when I started losing, broke down. That bias was no longer valid. That thesis bias, it just became there was selling all of a sudden. Now, the thesis I've continued to hold on to was, I guess, that the bias still exists. That this is just one bigger example of an algo fake out. But it might be time to let it go and accept that either A, there is no real bias here. We've settled into a channel which we may just want to finish the day at. Or B, there's a very real bearish bias, which was present this morning. Even if it was bouncy, even if it was trappy, there was a bear bias there. Fuck is this? Yeah, that's all it comes down to. We may just be entering a sort of, let's see, our SPY chart. SPY chart says our VWAP is currently at 773.5. Random number, doesn't mean much. But our volume profile is clearly at 772, which makes sense, right? Most of the volume has occurred at 772. The number I said within the first minute of the stream was going to be the most important number. Our volume node yesterday was 772. Our volume node again today has been 772. We now seem to have bounced off it numerous times without it breaking. So, is there selling pressure at 772? It looks like it. And there might be a wall, honestly, at 772 of sellers. And if there is a wall of sellers at 772, we'll probably head lower. Or we'll peg there at the end of the day. But it's now 1 o'clock. It's 1:07, and it certainly looks like the initial move off the gun at 1 is lower. And I might have to let go of I might have to really let go of my bounce thesis. I might really have to let that one go at this point. Boy, I really felt strongly about it. I really did. Okay, whatever. If we go back to... I mean, I will sell if we bounce back to the wall again. I mean, I have to at this point. It would be completely illogical not to sell if we go back to this wall. So if we go back to this wall, I will get flat and then see what happens from there. If we break higher above the wall, I'll get back in. The bias right now, I wouldn't say we're bearish or bullish at this point. We were bearish this morning. Sloppy bearish. Stairs bearish. Not panic bearish. Usually when they're selling, it's fast and directional. This was not that. which is why I'm suspicious of it, I guess. But there certainly was a bearish tilt this morning. And now there's no bias. We're just channeling for now. But it looks like we might break lower. In which case, maybe the bearish bias from this morning re-exerts itself. Although we also now have clear resistance levels at 772 and 770. Maybe we have a 771 peg, right? We'll spend the entire afternoon bouncing in between 770 and 772 and finish at 771. That would make a lot of sense, actually, when I think about it. That would be a very algo-y, market maker beneficial thing to do, because market makers like chop. So if they can get some choppy, go to 770, bounce back to 772, go down, keep trying to sort of catch people as they sell at lows and buy at highs, I could see that. And then you just sort of finish the day floating around 771. Yeah, I mean, I could see that. That would make a lot of sense. I mean, it would suck because that's a really bad trading environment, but we have to separate wishful thinking from reality. Reality is algos and market makers control the market. It wouldn't be a bad thing for them if we start fucking bouncing between 772 and 770 for the rest of the afternoon. Really wouldn't. That would not be a terrible outcome for them at all. Tell you what else I watched last night, The Empty Man. I'm kind of a horror film buff. Empty Man is a good horror film. I feel like the empty man right now in terms of how shitty I'm trading. Well, not even trading shitty. There was just one fucking this burst in here of sloppiness. I don't know what the fuck happened. I just lost my discipline, my self-control, and I just started into entry soup. And entry soup will devour your P&L so fast. If I just slowed down, I don't think I'd be winning today, but I'd be pretty close to even. I had lost a big trade here. I had gotten the call wrong. We did not bounce off of 772. I thought we were going to bounce off of 772. We didn't. We didn't bounce off of 772. That was the mistake. When that trade lost, I was basically even, and that should have been it. That should have been it. Instead, I kept trying to make it work. Not even make it work. I was just trying to make something work. And I could not decide whether we were bouncing or going lower. Fuck it. It was weak sauce, is what it was. It was weak sauce, is what it was. All right, flat for the moment. Now, do I want to try and play breakouts, or do I want to try to do the exact opposite and short tops, get long bottoms? Michael Burry drops shocking take on AI stocks. Oh, I can't wait to read about that. Let's hear what this asshole has to say. Michael Burry is maintaining bearish positions against every single technology stock in the AI sector, warning that record highs could precede a severe market reversal. His thesis is that must not rally, but falling volatility and renewed may push risk-taking to unstable extremes. Burry, best known for having one winning trade back in 2008, literally 20 fucking years ago, he had one winning trade. Michael Burry says that we're in trouble. By the way, he has been a bear for the last fucking 20 years as the market has gone straight up. Why do people still listen to him? Oh my God, I just hate the legendary investor bullshit. How do I get rid of this news fucking thing? Because I don't want to see it anymore. Go away. Back to chart. Thank you. Yeah, Michael Burry. Are you kidding me? Him, Jeremy Grantham, these perma-bear types, they hit one trade every 20 years when the market crashes, and they're legendary investors. I don't know. I'll tell you one thing. They're good at staying in business in between, their broken clock calls, Seriously. Even a broken clock is right once every 20 years. Somehow they stay in business in between those once every 20-year hits, even though they're constantly making bad calls the entire time in between them. How is that a legendary investor? I gotta watch The Big Short. I do. I've never seen it. I should check it out. Because frankly, I hope they portray him in that movie as an asshole, because he has no idea what the fuck he is doing with stocks. He's just a perma bear. That's it. He's a perma bear. It's not hard. Just constantly say the market is going to crash. Constantly. Then, after 15 years, when it finally does, say, I told you so. I knew it was coming. Get the fuck. Are you kidding? Legendary investor. Okay, yeah. Warren Buffett is a legendary investor. I really don't know any other legendary investors, to tell you the truth. Everybody else is one-hit wonders, basically. They will nail a certain time period for millions or billions, and then they're just like the rest of us. They have no idea what the fuck is going on. They have no idea what the fuck is going on. They just happen to be the lucky assholes who bet it all, who got all in at the exact right moment. If it wasn't him, it would have been some other guy. If the housing crash had happened 6 months later, it would have been some different dude who is the legendary investor. I mean, come on. This is basic logic 101 stuff. Having one monster trade that works out because you went all in at the exact right fucking moment does not make you a legendary investor. It makes you a dude who got really, really, really fucking lucky. Whatever. I'd like to see him do what we do. Grind this shit out every day. He'd have no chance. None. Not like I'm crushing it or anything, but still. Guarantee you I could outtrade him day to day. We'd both lose, but I'd lose a lot slower than him. All right, I wish I had something better to say. This market has entered. It's now 1:20. I told you 1 o'clock gives us a good signal of what's going to happen for the rest of the afternoon, and the 1 o'clock action has been a little bit down and then a bounce. So 1 o'clock is giving us nothing, basically telling us that we might be channel bound for the rest of the afternoon. In which case, the peg is either 772 or 771, one or the other. I'd lean towards, it doesn't matter. It's one or the other. 772, I guess. I don't see the crash coming today. I don't see a major sell-off here this afternoon at this point. I can see us moving lower and then heading back towards 772. Yeah, I think 772 is the peg, if I had to guess. Not 771, 772. Damn it. I would have bought that. In fact, I still will. Oh, let me just buy it. Buy it. Oh, buy it. What, did I hit the wrong fucking button? Buy it. Buy it! Okay, I bought that. We hit 771, so I bought it assuming we're going to go back to 772 because it sure looks like that's what we're doing now. We're pegging. All right, that's the thesis here now. The directional movement is gone. Volatility is gone. The volume's drying up. We're just pegging. Going from one integer to the next. So we hit 771. Now, if 772 is the peg, we'll bounce back to it. I've explained this before. When you have a peg during these afternoon hours, generally you fluctuate 1 point above and 1 point below it. Now, what's odd is if 772 is the peg, we haven't gone above 772. So, is it the peg? Or is 771 the peg? And we're going to go down to 770 and then bounce back to 771. Usually it's a 2-point window, and the peg is right in the middle of it. I'm going to say it's 772, but it's not following the pattern precisely, that's for sure. Are we back? We are back. Okay, we're back. And cost me the other. So anyway, I won the dinky peg play, but the internet connection cost me the reversal. I would have liked to have played it on the other side at 772, and I missed that because of the internet. That would have been probably another $30 in my pocket, and I can start clawing my way back to respectability here. But internet's back. Oh, I was just saying the internet's back. It's back? Oh, the internet? Yeah, I thought you were Nikki. Yeah, I'm still. Now my computer isn't recognizing me, so. Yeah, you gotta change some settings when it comes back on. So yeah, it looks like we're pegging. I'm gonna do my pegging plays here. I like my pegging plays. I don't know if they're plus EV or minus EV, but they bring me pleasure, especially in a slow market. Although the internet crapped out at a bad time, the play won right up here. Okay. No, I doubt it. And then I could have shorted it. I could have shorted it up here after it paid off, and yeah, I would have made another $30 down here, but missed it. Fuck it. Let's do it the other way. Buy a limit, get it in there, get it in there. I fucking missed it again. Missed it again. Missed it again. Missed the fucking pegging play again. If this one wins, that would have been another $30, and we're looking at $60 that I missed because of the fucking internet. I don't exactly want to take it right there, though, anyway. I'll take it right here. Grab it, 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 grab it. Didn't grab it. Okay. Oh, wait, it did grab it. Now I'm in for two. I don't want to be in for two. I don't want to be in for two. Okay, take profit at our usual spot up here somewhere. How about right there? $27. Does that sound about right? Where's our wall? Our wall is 773. I mean, we can do a little better than that, right? We can do at least that. $28. $28. Big whoop. Oh, I love my pegging plays. My pegging plays. This is what to do when the market has decided that is going to enter a channel and not fucking leave it, and it is going to give you absolutely nothing. Although there is another way to play these now that I think about it. It's something I read about yesterday. It's called like a stink bid. It's if you set a buy limit really far down in case it like pops lower. Now, where would I want to set it? $775.5. I mean, that looks like sort of the number, 770.5. Okay, yeah, we'll set it like right there. Called the stink bid. Okay, another one. And now we'll short it up here. Let's do it again. And then you can set a stink bid a point higher than this, 678. So 778. That seems a little high, doesn't it? I won't sell it for less than that. Yeah, it's a sell limit. Yeah, okay. Take profit at our usual spot down here. Exit right here. And then we've got our stink sell order. 772. We'll put our stink sell order right here in case it wants to like do a pop. If it wants to pop, if it pops it would probably pop right about there, I would think. And if this one pops, it would pop probably right about there. So I'm setting orders in here, right? That are sort of out of reach. So that as I'm doing these peg plays, I've noticed sometimes actually when I do these peg plays, when we're channeling, every once in a while, when I'm doing these peg plays, you'll all of a sudden just get a pop in one direction. Like here, we're approaching this sort of top here. Every once in a while, it'll just bust out higher, and then it'll come back down. So I put in a sell order to like catch it if it pops. And a bid order down here, a buy, I put a bid in. Same thing. If we pop lower, I'll grab it. Yeah, that's it. That's how simple it is. I'm not +1, I'm -1 now. I flipped it. Yeah, these little channel peg plays, they can be profitable because you hit them over and over right up until you don't. Right up until you don't. Anyway, you know what? This stream is sort of running out of steam. It's good. I did not plan that one. This stream is running out of steam. It sure looks like we are entering a little bit of a rut here, to be honest with you. A little bit of a shit, nothing's happening, garbage disposal phase here. We're where we're channeling, where we're pegging in between 771.80 and 771. And 772 was the peg before. So again, it looks like the peg is somewhere between 772 and 771. I wouldn't be surprised if we close the day somewhere there. I do like those plays at the end of the day. If we vary very far from this liquidity node, this central liquidity node, if we go way below it or way above it, you can make a play at the end of the day, mind you, for it to pull back towards, let's say, 771.5, because that's in the center, right? I like those plays at the end of the day. They tend to be profitable. A lot more profitable than hero trades. Hero trades are where, in the last 10 minutes, you look for the market to jump or decline 4 or 5 points and you cash in. It happens, but they're negative EV plays because they don't happen enough to pay for the attempts at doing so. But I do think plays at the end of the day, past like 3 p.m., especially around 3:15, 3:30, where we're more than a point away from the peg, which I'm going to say is 771.5 right now. You just make a play for the market to pull back towards the peg. Those plays can be profitable. I like those plays at the end of the day, actually. Unfortunately, this does not look like it's going to be a very interesting day now. It's now 1:40. It's 40 minutes after 1 o'clock. I said 1 o'clock is usually the indication of when you're going to get... Okay, let's try that one more time. 1 o'clock is usually the indication of when you're going to get, of what may happen in the afternoon. And we're not seeing any action here. 1 o'clock started right here. Make it a little bigger for you guys. 1 o'clock started right here, and it's just been chopped since 1 o'clock. So, I mean, I think we're just looking at a choppy, peg-bound afternoon. Not a sure thing. I mean, we could take off in one direction. Who knows? But it just doesn't look like that's what's going to happen. So, yeah. The stream is running out of steam because all I'm doing right now are these boring-ass peg plays where I short the top and I buy the bottom and try to make $30 out of it. They can work. They can work. Sometimes. Like I said, until they don't. I'd love to see some action here, but I mean, more than seeing that there's not much action occurring, I'm also losing really any faith that there will be any sort of real action this afternoon. We might get back down to 770. I doubt we break it. In fact, if we get down to 770, I think that'd be a great opportunity to buy. We might bounce above 772. I mean, I still have a little faith that maybe we could make a run up to 776. That was my big thesis. But let's be serious. Let's be honest about it. That's wishful thinking now. If we break above 772, maybe the best I can hope for is I don't even see what I could hope for. 772.5. I mean, because this right here is just 772.5. Are we really going to go all the way up to here? There's no indication that that's going to happen. No indication that's going to happen. This just looks like Peg City to me. Peg City. We are pegging, and that is that. So yeah, so I'm going to wrap it up soon because not only is the chart indicating that things are getting boring, my gut feeling is I don't have one anymore. I don't have a thesis really, other than we're pegged at 771.5. Maybe we'll get a chance to make a play on that later, get a little money back before the end of the day. But it's not going to be terribly interesting, that's for sure. Sucks, guys. You know, I had high hopes for today. I really thought maybe we'd get into a panic sell-off. That didn't happen. Although we did have a nice down move in the morning. Hardly a panic sell-off, though. I thought maybe we'd have a really healthy bounce that I can make a real nice profit on. That shit didn't happen. So, this is where we are. Boring, channel bound, and I think we stay this way for a while now. That's my guess. That's my guess. Guess number one, we stay channel bound, 771.5 peg. Guess number two, we actually do make a good bounce. Maybe even back to 776. But maybe not that high. Maybe 774, maybe only 773. Maybe absolutely nothing to get excited about. I think that's way less likely than just staying pegged to where we're at. Option number three, we go down to maybe 770 and stop there. Option number four, real long shot, considering there's only 2 hours left in the day now. We go to 770, break below 770, and this turns into a slaughter. I'd give that a 5% chance of happening at this point. Very unlikely. Do not get your hopes up on that one, please. I mean, that's what we all wanted to happen today, but I think I said early on, I didn't think it was going to happen today. I think Wednesday and Thursday are better candidates for a real down move. Even that's kind of stretching it a little bit. I mean, you can't really predict these things, but what we can say is that the mojo for a big down move today does not look like it's here. Doesn't look like it's here. I'm going to take the profit on this one. Give me the $20. Thank you. I don't even care at this point. And before I leave, I'm going to put a buy limit in down at 770 in case we go to 770. I'm actually going to buy it if we go down to 770. I think that'll be a good buy, to tell you the truth. So if we go down to 770, I'll purchase that and try to ride it back to the 771.5 peg, which is exactly where we're at right now. And before I leave, I'm also going to put a buy stop in above this little candle right here in case we do want to have an afternoon rally. That is 772.25 basically. So I'm going to put a buy stop in at 772.25. I'm going to make that one for 2 contracts, actually. Because I think there's a big upside to it, to be honest with you. And I like that the way this is trending a little higher right now. All right, so that's what I'm doing. That's it. That's the stream. Sorry, guys. I thought it was going to be, I was hopeful it was going to be a good day, good trading day. And I had some good trades in the morning. I had a complete fucking meltdown in this area. No excuse for it. No excuse for it. Shit like this is what makes me unprofitable. Meltdowns. If this didn't happen, fucking whatever. It is what it is. Yeah, that's it. I've said my piece. All right, got my stress towel. I'm flat. Let me make sure I say I'm flat before I go here.
Okay, stop. I'm sorry.
All right, that's my wife screaming, stop, stop, stop. Always what you want to hear. Okay, I'll take that as a sign. Good luck, guys.